Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Wednesday, January the 21st. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me, see my screen. I see one big yes from 153 in our main room. Maybe somebody on YouTube, if you can. Thank you very much, Pepe. All right, guys, so we're good to go. So yeah, the nukes just had a little bit of a lift. This is one I'm not too familiar with, the IMSR. IMSR. I know we talk about the NNE, the SMR, the LTBR, and the OKLO. Not too familiar with the IMSR, but this is, I guess it's fairly recently started to trade. Yeah, as IMSR anyway, back in October. So IMSR is also popping too. All the nukes are popping. So what else is, and now the other thing, guys, look at Xerox. Look at Xerox. XRX, basically a penny stock now, $2.20, announces a $250 million mixed shelf offering. Xerox, you don't know, it's amazing. Let's take a look at Netflix. Netflix released earnings after hours. Market didn't like it, down 7.2% right now. I mean, revenue was up and all that sort of stuff, but it wasn't up as much, and their outlook is not as much. Their guidance is not as much as what analysts want. So this is the reason for Netflix being down. That's a big drop, 7.2%, $4.5 billion in the float. I thought he was speaking at 8:30 for. Oh, well, 8:30 is past. Yes, yes. I wrote down. Oh yeah, 8:30, 8:30. You're right. I thought it was for some reason I was thinking it was a little later. Corvus guys from yesterday, CRVS is still, yeah, still alive. It actually closed fairly well. Closed not quite at the high of the day, but it was closed fairly well. So yesterday's high now, CRVS. Had the news yesterday. It's a phase one, but hey, market reacted wonderfully to it, and it's still in favor. I mean, 764,000 shares have traded already. Oppenheimer raising the target from 15 to 32. All right, let's take a look at some of the ones that are up the most this morning. So SLGB, and I do not see a reason. I'm always like to pause. I'm just looking at my news headlines. I don't see a specific reason why SLGB is up, but it is, and it's a low float, 1 million in the float. China stock. Look at the weekly chart. So the next high on the weekly chart is around 6. And then PAVM, trading higher after the company announced its subsidiary, Lucid Diagnostics. And I saw Lucid also. No, it's not Lucid, the car company. It's, well, I'll have to look at the symbol. I think it's LUCD. A subsidiary, Lucid Diagnostics, was awarded a contract by the Department of Veteran Affairs for its EsoGuard. It's a visual DNA test. Anyway, that is PAVM, and it is a low float. Okay, so this obviously is going to go. Well, it's already gone crazy. Could go crazier. The next high on a weekly chart is 1795. So let's take a look at that LUCD. LUCD. I think this is the This is actually a subsidiary of the PAVM. So yeah, rises after winning the VA contract for a cancer test. So that is LUCD, and this is not a low float, 99 million. It's a little earnings play, guys. This has been very active in the past. Nothing to do with earnings usually, but PAPL, Pineapple Financial, and it's an earnings play. Little volume, 26 million shares are traded, so it's traded the float already. 25 million in the float, and it is up 77% on earnings. The next high looking left is $2 or so. Halliburton is on the move here. HAL. Just give me one moment, please. All right, guys. So let's take a look. So the PAVM is now challenging 17. So it's their subsidiary that has this contract with the Veteran Affairs. All depends on well, I can't answer that exactly, Nehru. I mean, you can have mine. Okay, you can have mine. I share this. If you want it, you can have it. I can't answer what's going on in the channel. I don't use the channel. Okay, there might be some filter blocking it. So just if you want to have mine, you can have it. Just give me a moment. I can do Nehru in our YouTube room. Sorry. I I copied two links. Just give me a moment, okay? Okay, so there is my come on. Okay, good. So there's my homepage link. I just put it in Nehru. Okay, if you click on my homepage link, I know I kind of racing through this. Okay, um, and scroll down a little bit. Here are my custom scans. And so if you want what I have, pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. Okay, now it is possible. I'm going to have to look at that one again because sometimes the reason why you're not seeing it, no, you should see it. You should see SLGB. Well, everything is live, okay, 161. I mean, these are just the ones that are up the most. What you're seeing here, these are just the ones that are up the most. These are the ones that are down the most. Okay, doesn't mean these are just things that potentially once the mark. Well, when 9:30 comes, we'll have to see if they keep moving the way we want them to, or the way you want them to. The PAVM is interesting because of the float. So that's what it is. Yeah. So Nero, I can't answer that. Okay. Yeah, you're talking about the channel bar. All I can do is look at what I have here. I don't know why. I don't know why SLGB is not showing up. Sometimes the China. I mean, it's a China stock. I don't know if that's the pro. Okay, you know what it could be. What time is it now? 9:10. Just give me a moment. Okay, so you're talking about understand I don't use this, okay? I've got my own, obviously, that I use. Okay, so let me do something here. My guess is that it's because yeah. You see, sometimes the EPS, okay, there's a filter in there, the EPS, the earnings per share. Sometimes, and the reason it's there, excuse me, the reason it's there is that it blocks ETFs from coming in. It in theory, it's only supposed to allow stocks in. Okay, so and obviously ETFs, et cetera, don't have earnings, but sometimes it blocks foreign stocks like China stocks. So if you took that out, problem is you cannot you can take it out. Watch what happens if I take it out. If I make a change here though, there it is, you see? Okay. And that's just because it's a hack. It's sort of a hack that we used to use in order to take out. Problem is when you make a change here and then you come back, if you exit out of this and then you come back to it, that change is not saved. The reason being is that the fact that you want to make a change or anybody else wants to make a change to any of the channels doesn't necessarily mean everybody wants the same thing. So, but that's why I don't use it. I mean, obviously, I use my own, so you can have it. Yeah, just go to right click and go to time frame. Okay, so right click, go to time frame and set record count. I've set it for 15 here. Okay, and yeah, I've just set it for 15. Excuse me. Another one that's down on No, it's not down on earnings, but Mr. Buffett has had enough of Heinz ketchup. So KHC is down as Berkshire Hathaway filed to sell up to 325 million shares of the company. Doesn't like they spun off and did a bunch of things, didn't like it. He's been talking about this for a while. So anyway, that is yeah, likely to sell all or parts of its massive block of shares. Not a complete surprise. He's been disappointed in their ambitious breakup plan. Anyway, that is the big float, 1 billion in the float. I love ketchup too. True guys, True Car on the move here. True Car on the move. TRUE on the move. Don't see any specific reason for it. SPY's having a pop here. The big down day yesterday. The SPY was off 14 points yesterday. That was down 870. The Qs were down 13. Well, as we speak, anyway, as we speak, having a little pop. Yeah, I know he's talking. Well, that's nice to hear, William. Seg popping. Okay, now that was one big one from yesterday. SEGG, big one from yesterday. Look what happened though. I mean, it got up to 462. It closed right down here at 181. So there's a big sell off the highs. So yeah, it's up a little bit. LUCD continues to move on that news. So PAVM should be moving it the same way. LUCD is a subsidiary of PAVM, and it's LUCD that got this contract. All right, now let me take a look at the after the market was down a lot. Let me take a look at some of the major sectors. XLE, yeah, still no massive reaction yesterday, really. Consumer staples, yeah, still above the 200-day moving average. Utilities still above. Yeah, William. Yeah, yeah. I was trying to write you something, but no, I can't do it. um. Okay. So where was I? So XLU dividends, dividend stocks, utility stocks, still above the 200-day moving average. In fact, I don't know if there's anything below now. I don't know if there's anything below now. Once Staples got above, well, there's the SEGG. Yeah, so a little buy flag there. I've noticed. Wow, 163, 221 now. There's another financial, guys. Ally Financial. Not too much volume yet. 28,000. It is an earnings play. Also, it is an earnings play. Okay, another one popping right now, guys, is BHVN. BHVN after the RBC raises, let's see, raises to outperform from sector perform. See if there's any other target raised to 22 from $9 by RBC. And that is BHVN. Understand, guys, just because RBC or anybody else says they've got a target of 22 doesn't mean it's going to get there. For those of you who are new, okay? But that is more than likely the pop. I don't see any other reason why this is moving. I'm not sure if I mentioned this one. Now it's pulled back a little bit. The REPL, it's pulled back a little bit. See if there's any news on this one. Don't see any news today on it. REPL. A lot of volume though. 2 million shares have traded already. Okay, so I did see the IMTE. It's just a little bit above a dollar now. Had a big move after hours up to 176. I don't see TEL for some reason on it. Maybe how much is that TEL? Oh, that's why it's way outside my price range. Okay. Now, this one from yesterday is one I was really thinking would start to give it up in a big way. It hasn't. It says CRVS. It is still shortable for me. A lot of shares available, 400,000 at Interactive Brokers. So the fee rate is nothing. So it's not even a tough borrow. Just so surprised it's maintaining on that phase one data. All right, 922. I want to get my 930 layout up and running. So just give me a minute as I save my layout as always. All right, guys. So let me get it's arranged here. And now I'm going to display the top 6 from that list. So the previous list had the top 15. So I want to see if there's anything. This is a buyout. I didn't mention the LSTA. This is a buyout, and it's right at the buyout price at $4. So okay, I think I've mentioned. I did not mention BoxL, guys. BOXL, BOXL. Now this is severance. I don't see any news on it. Do not see any news on it. BoxL. Look at the volume, 65 million. Very low float, 920,000 in the float. I do not see any news on it. Let me just see if I can see anything here. Box L. I do not see anything on Box L. Underneath the VWAP right now. Yeah, it's strange. I don't see any news on it. With that volume, I would have thought I'd see something, but I do not see anything. Got up to 270 in the pre-market, the OXL. US stock, so it's not China. Interactive classroom solutions for the global education market. Okay. Anybody have any news at all on Box L? Okay, thank you, Peter C. Yeah, probably William's going to say from his, it'll just say momentum mover. AVR, little buy flag right there, and trying to get through the VWAP. Okay, trying to get through the VWAP. That purple line is the VWAP. AVR had a pretty good day yesterday. Got up to 663, closed down here, and so it's a little bit above the close now. So below the high, but above the close. HOTH. Well, I haven't seen that one for a while. If it's under $1, that's probably why I'm not seeing it. It's a little over $1. Well, I see some news. Yeah, here's your news. Okay, trading higher after the company announced that the China National Intellectual Property Administration, the CNIPA, has approved issuance of a key patent. Okay, answer. Okay, yeah. Well, a lot of volume. Only up 4%. You're right, only up a nickel on that news. It's on my homepage. Just go to my homepage, Brian. Okay, and it's not quite this. It's got the top 15, but it's similar. It's called pre-market actives up. Okay, pre-market actives up. Just go to the scan section. Okay, and if you want the ones down, so I've got both pre-market. Now the only difference is that it'll look like this. Okay, it's in the grid format, and all you have to do is right-click and show tree map. All right, guys, we are now 40 seconds from the 9:30 open. Well, I don't know how to help you there. You probably have to. Well, obviously, you're going to have to end the task and get back in. Yeah. No, I don't know how I can help you. That's easy. Sorry about that. By the way, guys, were the top lists working today? You know, we had the problem yesterday with, I don't know, RSI in the top list, or if you were using a custom filter, were the top lists working okay today? Let's see, mine are always working because I don't have either of those. All right, guys, we are now open. So silver play. Now silver wasn't racing higher today. SVM was not racing higher, or not SVM, but SLV. All right, so ahead of the market open, we had a lift here, but now let's see. That's 925. So let's see what happens on this opening 930 bar. That's for the SPY. Alm on the move here, guys. Alm on the move. This Wi-Fi, I was waiting, I think, for a break yesterday at the 20. But what's the volume like? The volume's too low right now. So Alm is on the move here. ALM on the move. The next high looking left on a monthly chart is 1066, which would be a lifetime high. I guess I'm always hesitant to say this was an IPO. Sometimes it's a symbol name change. ONDS has been active as well, I shouldn't say as usual, but it's been very active over the last couple of months. ONDS. Serve, there's been another one that's been super active. Serve, a little pullback. And I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Okay. So we try to let things settle down a little bit. Now, meanwhile, PAVM is still, I think it's challenging. I think it is challenging 20. Well, challenge accepted and taken. So right at $20, a little over 20 now. PAVM. Look at that float. Look at the volume. Relative volume is it's only trading 80,000 times normal right now up to this time of day. Peter, see, I'll be honest. I don't know why I have that watch list up, that channel there. I haven't made any adjustments to it for almost several years. I actually should tell him to take it down. It was something I used to do a long time ago. All right, guys. ENVX on the move. Obviously a lot of stocks in the first 5 minutes. Do a lot of crazy things. So can it take out 8? If it takes out 8, 849 is the next high. For those of you who don't mind trading in the first 15, I'm just So Peter, okay, so if you click on my homepage link, click on my homepage link. I usually do this around 10 o'clock, but just click on my homepage link. And if you do that and scroll down a little bit, this section I call scans, you will see, I have other scans that you cannot see, but this is the large cap race right here. This is the compare the movers to the upside versus movers to the downside right here. And here's, I gotta move this down a little bit. And here's the halts resumes, okay? But I do have others that I'm sharing. But these are the ones you can see, okay? So these are, okay? Yeah, IBRX after the big day yesterday, starting to fall not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, what is the SPY doing now? So the SPY, I had the nice move. So right now it's trying to figure out, do we want to still go higher or are we going to fade? All right, guys, serve is, will it hold the VWAP? It's coming into the VWAP, SERV, coming into the VWAP. Give me one moment, guys. I have an adjustment to make on my other monitor. Well, I guess we all should have piled into the PAVM at the beginning. That is just, it's halted now. So if you're new to this, in terms of the halts, this is what we call a volatility halt. You can see most of them are going to be volatility halts. Basically, simple definition: stock moved too quickly in a short period of time, and so the stock gets halted. So here's this one: GITS is halted on the way up or down. Let's see. On the way up. And so typically they are 5-minute halts. So this got halted at 9:37 plus 26 seconds. So if it is a 5-minute halt, it'll be opening at 9:42 plus 26 seconds. This screen I'm showing here, this is nothing to do with trade ideas. This is this blue window. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. It shows the halt price. You sometimes, I don't know why sometimes the symbols are displayed, but are not. But it is GITS. So there's the halt price. This column trying to show you where it could open. Obviously, no big clue. So if you're in this one right now, what you'd hope to see is a number above your halt price. Usually the first halt is pretty good. In other words, it usually will open above. And as Monica is pointing out, there's the halt for PAVM, 2256. Yeah, there's no big clue as to where it's going to open. No, shoot, should have been. One day I'm not going to talk for the first half hour, guys. I'm going to try to trade on my own. Else, well, this is Lucid. Okay, I'm sorry. This is Lucid. It's not L. I thought it was the other one. I thought it was the LUCD. But Lucid, I wonder if people are Rockwell powers up Lucid Saudi factory in a big EV push. Okay. So again, this is a subsidiary of the PAVM. This is the company that actually has the news. I don't know how much PAVM controls of it, if it's 100%, I don't know. Oh, Obi. Boy, my sound alerts are working. Anybody else having sound alert problems, not working? And I'm going to ask, I don't want to insult your intelligence, but you don't have you haven't accidentally turned them off with the sound icon up here. You haven't accidentally turned them off. So how about anybody else who uses sound alerts? My sound alerts are firing left and right, so I don't have an issue. So Todd says his are okay. I know not everybody uses sound alerts. Rami says okay. Obi, I don't know what to say. If it were widespread. Now remember, guys, how I'm using the AI. I'm only looking at a reentry. Okay, I'm only looking at a reentry price if it happens. And this could easily happen here because look at the stop. Some of these cheap ones, the stop is so close. Remember, what has to happen is there's your entry, there's the alert price, and there's the stop. So if it hits the stop at any point and gets halfway between that 157, 152, you will get a re-entry price. All right, guys. So PAVM obviously came out of its halt, and what happened? Yeah, it moved higher and continues to move higher. You know, so this is up 25%, and PAVM is up more, 276%. Now, here's your 820,000 in the float, and LUCD has 99 million. So there is a massive difference in the float. It's just that it's lagging. I mean, it's lagging PAVM. I'm not talking about how much it's up, but just the pattern lagging. Okay, guys, IBRX is trying to recover. Okay, it is trying to recover. I don't know if they did a financing exactly. It says this director registers 25,000 shares, 25,000, yeah, 25,000 shares. But no, it's not a financing, but IBRX is trying to recover. There's the high of the day. There's the low. There's the close of yesterday. So it's getting closer. So if it takes out the close of yesterday, in other words, gets positive, we could have another little run. I'm going to put a price alert around 656 for it. See if it takes out the close. It gets back to the close of yesterday. Okay, PayPal guys, PAPL. This is an earnings play, but look what's happening. It's right at the VWAP. Okay, so the nukes were on fire earlier, but they all seem to be giving up now. NNE and SMR. I bet you SMR looks exactly the same. Yeah, so the nukes are starting to give it up. All right, do I dare? CRVS, guys, is starting to, there it is. It's just 19 cents above yesterday's close. CRVS. All right, KVYO. So what is the next high? The next high is about $1 away. Next high is around 26. So a little over $1 away. I didn't see that, Grumpy. I didn't see an offering from them. Just looking at my headline news here. I don't see an offering yet. I always see Oppenheimer. We talked about that. This is suspended. Suspends its $100 million filed. But then in all, okay, I guess it is. I don't know. I mean, I trying to figure out what that really means. It suspended it, but it's not really. Boy, what a run Moderna has been on, guys. From last week, $34, 45 now. Go back a little bit even further, 29. So say 2 weeks ago, 29 to $45. And that is Moderna, mRNA. I don't know if there's any new news on Moderna, but man, what a run it's been on. Bernstein raises target price to 35. Well, you're a little late, Mr. Bernstein, from 35 to from 25. Even Bank of America, that was yesterday, 27 from 24. Come on, guys. All right, this could be a sneaky one, guys. Ally, this is an earnings play. Ally Financial, ALLY, just under. It's just basically flat, 11 cents under yesterday's close. Could be a bit of a sneaky play. It has come back a lot from 39 up to 42. All right, NTLA. What sort of room does it have? The next high looking left for NTLA is 1667. A lot of room. That's on the weekly chart. So it has a lot of room. See if it pulls back just a little bit, give us an opportunity maybe to get in rather than chasing it. NTLA. And some of the silver plays are getting a little sell off on some of the silver plays. So let's take a look at SLV. And yeah, I mean, silver is flat, SLV is flat, but some of these stocks, CHYMC, I mean, that's down 3%, where silver is basically flat. Just give me one moment, please. Okay, guys, back. Yeah, Lucid on the run here, guys. Lucid on not the LUCD, but the LCID on the run here. All right, critical metals, CRML. And next time looking left is 1916. So there was a little bit of room for this to run. Haven't seen HIMS for a while, guys. HIMS, HIMS. This is on the move down here. HIMS, not an earnings play. I'm looking check, always checking to see if it's an earnings play. The next low on a weekly chart, boy, I can't see it. So the next low is back here, $24 or so. This is back in April. Back in April, $24. So obviously on a monthly chart, there's room for it to run. HIMS. I almost kind of like this STNE, but then look at this. Look at the 200-day moving average right above it. Oh, here's another one just ripping. It's an earnings play, guys. PRGS is an earnings play, actually. Saw it in the pre-market, but there was no volume. But look at the volume now. You know, it's starting to really pick up. PRGS earnings play. Well, PAVM is still, I thought maybe, I think it almost got down to 20, but it's right back up to 20, almost 24, between 23 and 24. HIMS, guys, continues down. Let's see if we can take out 29. Okay, 29. It's too much of a chase right now, but I'd love to see if it can kind of base over 29 and then pop down through it. Too much of a chase for me right now to take this short. Okay, well, here's one just over the whole number. Quantum Scape. Looking left, too much potential resistance on the daily for QS, for me anyway. I just wish this had more room. This little bank here, sometimes these they just sort of fly under the radar. And you look at them at the end of the day, and they've just been inching up and up and up. The problem I have with SFNC is that you've got a couple of weekly highs that are fairly close, so I won't take it. All right, guys, USAR, just over the whole number, 21, USAR, of course, been in play for seemingly months now, sometimes up, sometimes down. It got as high as what, $43, came all the way down to 11. This is in a matter of a few weeks. The next high looking left on a weekly chart, 2151. So, sorry, I'm wrong, 2217. So there is some room. Okay, there's about $1 to the next high. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but another bank, I'm sure, is Ozark, OZK, OZK. I'm sure this is a bank, another one of these sneaky ones, perhaps, just inching their way up. But again, I look left and I just sort of see where it could stall, so I can't take the trade. A little bit of room for RCAT, or is there? Yeah, I mean, the next high looking left is 1670. So, I mean, there's a little bit of room for it to run. That 1620 is the next high looking left on the weekly. It's right there. Yeah, market is, mini rip mode now. Okay, guys, RR looks interesting. Next high is around 470. So that's a lot of, like, enough on a percentage basis, based on its current price. Well, HYMC is just, really giving up a lot now, down 4%. The next low looking left is 36. So it's got all sorts of room underneath. Silver is not, unless it's really picked up on the way down. No, I mean, it's only down 0.54%. I mean, we've seen some silver moves, especially to the upside. Well, downside too, 4, 5, 6%. So, I mean, it's moving down, yes, but it's not like what I would call a big sell-off in silver. I'm getting tired of this. Every time I see something I may like, I just look left and I see some potential blockage. So, no, I saw Gits earlier. I thought we saw some news on Gits, but maybe not. I know it went up. Well, no, I cannot see any news on Gits. GITS. Saw it in the pre-market, and I think we looked, but I couldn't see anything. Low float out of South Korea. Okay. Guys, CRML on the way down here. CRML. Boy, HYMC taking out 40 now. HYMC taking out 40. All right, guys, I put my homepage link in, and I'm going to go over my homepage, all the information you can get from my homepage, and including the information I am sharing. So if you click on my homepage link, here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right now. Barry 22, that'll get you 22% off all of our plans, okay? So please listen carefully. You can get 22% off the first month only of a standard or premium service, or 22% off an annual for our standard and premium service, okay? But again, please listen carefully. 22% if you take out a monthly subscription, you get 22% off the first month only. We get so many emails coming in saying, well, how come I'm being paid? How come I'm being charged more? Well, it's for on a monthly plan. Well, you're only getting the 22% off the first month. And all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code. I moderate two rooms, a YouTube room and the trading room, okay? And the more people use my code, the company tracks all this. They don't mind keeping these rooms free. So for those of you who are in YouTube right now, there is another room. Call it the trading room. You can come in here. There's a lot more activity in this room, if that's what you're looking for. If all you care about is just listening to me and seeing my screen, you can stay in YouTube, of course. But if you're looking for a lot more activity, interaction amongst other traders, you can come into this room. It's free also. This room is also open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time, whereas I open YouTube at around 8:30. I don't open this room. Obi opens it at 6:45 a.m. I live in Vancouver, Canada, so it's a little early for me. That would be 3:45 my time. So thank you, Obi, again for opening the room at 6:45. And usually I take off sometime between 2 and 3 Eastern Time. And but even after I leave, the room is usually open after that. William will keep the room open, the trading room open. Now that we're into earnings season, a lot of times it might be closer to 4 o'clock. Okay. So on a big day, this room will be open. The trading room will be open between 6:45 and 4 o'clock. YouTube, I have to shut down YouTube when I do leave. And if you keep scrolling down on my homepage link, you can get the trade of the week. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. And it is free. You'll get an email and it'll outline the idea behind the trade of the week and suggested entry and a suggested stop. How you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is going to be up to you. These are designed for longer term holds. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. First thing to do, if you do take out a subscription, you head down to that education section and you'll notice getting started with trade ideas, 12 short videos to get you started. It's mandatory you do that. Now, if you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about the program, is this something you might want to try? Start off with that second video and go to the end of them. That should give you an idea about whether or not you want to try us, for a month anyway. The monthly subscription is just month to month, so you can cancel anytime. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, free series of videos for you. There are 15 of them if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for the information I'm sharing, if you click on my homepage link, it'll be at the top here. Click here, the custom scans section. I had a couple of times, Harry, but sometimes I don't. I mean, early on in the day, sometimes I get, a little bit of chart lag, but it seems to clear up. I guess when we're going to overload a data at the open, but it's not super noticeable to me now. So here's what I'm sharing. So what you can see is the large cap, the biggest gainers right here. This is the movers to the upside, movers to the downside is right here. And here's my halts resumes down here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act goes up and down. But I do have other scans that I'm currently sharing. You can take a look at them if you want. Then you can ask me questions about them if you want. And remember, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you have questions, please don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. If I'm tied up doing something, I'll let you know. If it's an accounting type question, more than likely I will not be able to help, but I can direct you to the people who can, okay? Wow, StubHub. I wonder what StubHub is going to do today after last week. Yeah, you had a great day. Went from 13 up to 16. Why is Amaze up? I don't know. Let's see if I have any news on that. The only thing I can see is Ladenburg. Let me get the other headline I saw. With coverage with a buy target of 3. That's all I can see. I didn't even realize it was under $1. So that's a pretty lofty price target for a stock that's 50 cents right now. Cipher guys, CFIR, just over the whole number. So I see CPHL, sorry, not SPHL. This was one of the big ones yesterday. Did not hold its gains really. You got, what did it get up to? You got up to, well, not at all. 25, closed down here at 17. It was still up a huge amount, but I'm sorry, I'm looking 2 days ago. Excuse me. But even so, yesterday it got up to 15 and it closed down here at 7. Okay, let's see if Cypher has any sort of a pullback. Yeah, because 1970 is the next high, okay, on the daily chart. So there's certainly room, okay, for it to move if it wants to. I'm not saying it's going to get to 1970, but so let's see if it has any sort of a little pullback, maybe to the top of the wave. Put a price alert in that area. See if we can get a little bit of a pullback. Another minor, guys. This is a gold plays SA, starting to fade somewhat. SA starting to fade somewhat. Didn't get the pullback. Cypher just ripped. Well, not ripped, but it's moving higher. Looking for a little bit of a pullback. What's the float in this? Okay, 3.3 million in the float. Traded 12 million already. 104 times normal up to this time of day. That's the GITS, GITS. Look at this Cypher. Man, I just waited a little bit of a pullback and it didn't happen. So far on the AI, there have been no. So surprised with this Lucid. I mean, this is the company that actually got the contract, and it's just sinking. I mean, it could go negative. Whereas PAVM. So I mean, this Lucid is a subsidiary of PAVM, and it's still. I mean, and it's not even remotely starting to sink. I mean, it's still up 227%. Not shortable for me. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Okay, it's hard for me to see this cipher. I mean, I thought about taking it, but I was holding out for a little bit of a pullback, and it just didn't happen. Okay, Gits, where are you? Because you're again. I'm sorry. I wanted to take this one just on that just underneath two, or not underneath two, right at the ear. I have to pay more attention. I just have to pay more attention. Wow. And okay, so the next high on a monthly chart is what? 274. On the weekly chart, we're getting close. That's probably 274 right there. 269 right there. Okay, I'll give you my bank info. Son of a, it's oh well. I'm not going to complain. Yeah, I see the chart lag. I am noticing every now and then. Okay, it's sort of crept in. I don't know, about 2 weeks ago. I noticed. Sometimes all you have to do is just click on reset your connection a couple of times. Yeah, see, that's too much. I don't know. I haven't checked what my, yeah. See, it's zipping up and down 490, 72. Okay, guys, how about a short on Coors, a Molson Coors? The next low looking left, it's below the 200-day moving average. The next low is 48. Okay. Okay, guys. I am now, you know what I want to do? I've remembered. It's not quite 10:30, but I'm going to go over, and I think, for a lot of you, this could be very interesting. I'm going to click on new and then the dock channel bar. This might be a way in which you use trade ideas. Okay, I'm going to click on new. I'm going to click on docked channel bar. So click on new from the toolbar and then dock channel bar. I'm going to scroll. I'm going to hit the show more, click on show more. Now I'm going to go down to the sector status channel. These are all theme-based channels, okay? An alert? I don't understand what you mean. A formula or an alert? There's no probably no alert, no real-time alert. Changes? You mean the change from the pre-market or don't know what you mean exactly, cafe au lait. So let me show you what this is all about. Okay, so these are some of the sectors that we've got in here. OIH, that were there were the nukes. There were the nukes. So right now, 89% of the stock are the sectors in this list are up for the day. Okay, it doesn't mean they're all ripping higher. They could be very, this is like 0.5% above yesterday's hold. But scroll down. So XLP, consumer staples, weakest sector. It's not like it's terrible. It's down 0.8%. Okay. But this is a way, and there's silver, I mean, it's basically flat. It's just down 0.6%. We've seen some way bigger moves in silver. Okay. So here's OIH, which is oil services. So this is the top sector right now. So, you would think that some of the energy plays, look at the energy plays right here. So this is a way in which you can identify the top sectors and the weakest sectors. Okay, on this list of sectors that we have in here. Are there more sectors? Of course there are, but that's what we have in this list. Now, you want to find some of the individual sectors. This is what we have here. We don't have them all, but you can take a look. Energy, obviously, energy, very strong today. 100% are up for the day. 100% of the stocks that make up in this list are up for the day. And the top one right now is EQT, 5.8%. Okay, if you scroll down, you'll see the weakest one, still up for the day, but this is the weakest one in the sector. Now, another interesting thing to do is look at the industrials, XLI. 94% are up, but there's maybe a couple that are down. 6% are down. So it could be more interesting to take a look at, say, Axon and say, well, wonder why this one is going against its sector. Okay. And the same thing, you can kind of scroll, you can look at healthcare. Most of them are up for the day. 82% are up for the day. Let's scroll down. Johnson and Johnson down for the day. Is it an earnings play? It is an earnings play, actually. It is an earnings play. J&J is an earnings play. So that's why, it's down on earnings. So some of you might just look at this all day. Okay. You want to look at individual, see, the sectors that are the strongest, the weakest, and just check out within the ones that we do have. For instance, we don't have a OIH, but there's nothing stopping you from creating your own OIH. You have to find the symbols that make it up and creating your own little top list. Okay, there's nothing stopping you from doing that. The nukes, NLR. So this could be a way in which you just use this all day long, looking at the weak and the strong stocks within the sectors, finding where the strong sectors are, weak sectors are. So I'm trying to figure out what you mean, cafe au lait. There'd be no alert, okay? The pre-market change from the open. Pre-market change from the open. There'd be no alert. I can almost guarantee you that. There might be some kind of a filter you could use, but there'd be no real-time alert. Not that I'm aware of anyway. Oh, big miss. Big, 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 big miss for me on the gets. But okay, let's see where it could go. I mean, it could still, if it pops through that, it could still takes out the 3. What is that right there? That is 274. So we're kind of right there in the monthly. And the next high on the monthly is 487. Well, I'm in the tap short, guys. It's boring as heck compared to most of them, but I'm just going to hold on. I'm in the tap short, as I mentioned. Not going to be a rocket ship or anything like that, but yeah, silver and gold plays are really starting to fade. Even though I mean, it's not like silver and gold are down a huge amount, but individual stocks are. Here's huge gold miner Barrick, another precious metals royalty OR. Okay, so for the Coors, the tap, Molson Coors, I will just put a price alert somewhere. Yeah, boy, gold and silver, guys. If you're, now listen, we may get a bounce. Okay, so keep an eye on SLV and GLD, and if you start to see SLV moving higher, a lot of these silver plays will more than likely move with it. But I mean, I'm just seeing like a ton of gold and silver plays just fading a lot. Here's another one, Kinross Gold. I mean, remember they were up in the pre. Most of these were all up in the pre-market. All these gold and silver plays were up in the pre-market. So what's happening? Yeah, it looks a lot worse. I mean, they're basically just going through yesterday's close. So with the float in gets, let's take a look as it gets anywhere though. I have to type it in. GITS. Chipotle. This is an earnings play, not an earnings play. Look at this move for Chipotle. CMG. Okay, yeah. So the float is so low. So 3.3 million. This could be one of those later on in the day. Okay. I mean, if it takes out, I mean, it could do it very soon. There's the high around $3, but it could be one of those late dayers. When I say late dayers, 1:30 on in the afternoon sometime that could have a run, especially if it just kind of, settles down for a bit. Yeah, gold or silver play. And this is showing up in William Scan. Okay, I mean they're all moving down. Oh man, HYMC. It took out 40 and it just kept moving. Meanwhile, I'm in a boring tap short. Yeah, so I was looking for a pullback on Cipher earlier. Now it's giving me the pullback, but of course I don't want it now. I don't know. I've never tried that. Why don't you just do a time and sales? Open up another time and sales and see if you can open up another time and sales. I'm pretty sure that if you change the color of the link, but yeah, maybe. Yeah, so Monica is saying you can, okay? I've never done it, so but Monica is saying you can. Yeah, so you'd probably want to change the link, the color of the link. All right, guys, I took myself out of the tap. Now, if I'd been short up here, I would still be in it, but I was short in this area, so not too interested in it. Very minor loss on it. RGTI now underneath. What's the low here? 2373. So about a dollar to that next low on the daily chart, RGTI. But I feel like I'd be chasing it. So all right. Well, here's a Gits pullback, pretty big one now though, and underneath the VWAP. No, that's not correct, Nehru. No, there's screen and voice in this room. Now, if you don't have it, you might have to change your browser or do a refresh. Okay, Nehru. Well, there's definitely screen sharing and there's no delay. In YouTube, there's about a 7 second delay that YouTube puts on us. Not that we're wanting it, but okay. So you might have to do a refresh or something or come back in. Because no, I mean screen sharing and audio definitely in the room you're in. So I don't understand when you say pre-market change from what though? I mean we have. What are you looking for exactly, Cafe Olay? But the pre-market, you mean when the market opened? The pre-market change, of course, is just a change from yesterday's close. That's all it is. So when you see all those stocks that we look at, yeah, so you might have to do a refresh or something. I can't explain why you're getting that, Nehru. You might have to do a refresh, okay? Obviously, I am presenting. I can't help you. I don't know. You're gonna have to do. Oh, you can't hear me. You can't hear me either. If you still have me in on YouTube, then you're probably hearing me on a bit of a delay. But you probably have to do a refresh or something. Oh, now it is showing. I see. Okay. Yeah, the change from the open. Just use the change from the open. Okay. I think that's what you're looking for. The change from the open, which is a filter, not an alert. It's a filter. So you want to find stocks that are, now you have two ways to do it, right? You can have the gap or the open. The gap is the first trade of the day. That's the gap filter. That's the first trade of the day, or the open. Which is will just show you the change from the open ongoing. Okay, guys. Now that PAVM is still, it's still looking good. It is not given up much from the highs. William, you mentioned AAP yesterday. Remember you mentioned it yesterday? I think you did anyway. So it is, on the run. Oh, okay. I thought it was you. I thought you mentioned APP or AAP. Maybe it was APP. Okay, Saro. Is this something I want to short? 3072. So it has a dollar to the next low. Okay. This is something I might want to short. SARO. It does have a dollar to the next low. And that is on the the daily chart. Okay, so Cafe LA, I'm going to show you what you can do. Okay, this is how you don't. I mean, I'm not trying to deflect the answer or not trying to help you, but for all anything that you're looking at, okay, so you're change the highest. Well, I don't know the change from the open. So if you're looking for the change from the open, okay. Well, I don't know where you're finding highest change from the open alert. But change from the open, as an example, percent change from the open, you click on help, and that'll give you a big definition of what any one of these is looking for. Okay. Okay. Anything you're looking for, you just have to click the help. That'll give you a big definition of what it's all about. Okay. It's not that I'm not trying to help you, but a lot of times, you might be sitting there. I'm number one. Maybe I'm not here, or I'm on a break. A lot of you guys can do all this on your own. By if you're wondering what a filter is looking for or an alert is looking for, you just have to click on the help, and it'll give you a nice big explanation. Okay. PLAB, guys, PLAB is on the move here, just underneath the whole number. I'm just trying to see what sort of room it's got. 3660 may not have enough room. 3660. Okay, let me. Are you asking for when you said what's the filter for? Do you mean what's the filter for the highest change from the open? For the highest change in the open? There isn't a filter for that, but you can do a top list and you can find the ones that have had the highest change from the open. Just give me one moment, please. So look at this. Maybe this is going to help you. I'm going to open the top list that this is based on. Okay. See, I've got change from the open as one of the column headers. So if I double left click on it, that's going to show me this is so Intel in this list of stocks has had the biggest change from the open, if that's what you're talking about. So you'd have your top list, you'd have your list of stocks that you want to follow. Okay. And you can sort on any column. Here's the change from the close, change from the open. You just have to have the you just have to have the column header. Okay. Well, it's here. It's not the alert. It's not an alert. It's a filter. Okay. I mean, maybe semantics. This is just ranking. What this does is just ranks the stocks that are up the most from the open based on your. But you have to create your own top list. Okay. You have to. I mean, this is the top list that this race is based on. Okay. I mean, this might not be what you want to see. These stocks. Okay. You know how to create a top list, right? So and so you have your own. I mean, this is what this top list is looking for. Stocks between 10 and $70, 200,000 shares minimum, up 2% from yesterday's close, at the top of the day's range, et cetera, et cetera. This might not be what you want. Okay. But you can have this race if you want it. It's on my homepage. And then you just right click in the race and open the top list, and here it is. But again, this may not be what you want. Well, the difference between the four chart, yeah, they're just different time frames. 2 2 minute chart, a 5 minute chart, weekly, daily, and monthly. This is what I like. Okay, it doesn't have to be what you like, of course, Nehru, but these are the time frames I like to monitor. Okay, can you not see the big two? Maybe it's hard to see, but the big two and the big five and the D for daily, W for weekly, and M for monthly. These are the time frames. And as far as the layout, I don't have a layout that I share, but I'm sharing the individual. These time frames. These are what I want to see. I mean, trust me, it may not be what you want to see. You have to develop your own. Everybody should have their own. I mean, some people only want to see as low as a 15-minute chart. That was me maybe 2 years ago. Lowest chart I ever saw was a 15-minute. I hadn't even had a 2-minute chart until maybe, I don't know, 3 months ago. And the reason why I want to have a daily, weekly, monthly is because I like to look left. Most of the stocks that I see are near the high of the day. So if I'm going to take a trade, here's the DRTC as an example. I just clicked on it. So my first thing to do is, okay, where could it go before it hits the next high? Okay, and I look at a daily chart. If I can't see it on the daily, then I look on the weekly, and then I go to the monthly. But of course, that is my style. Okay, here's one that could be interesting. MRAM. It looked left. 1579 is the next high. Yeah, I mean, if it went from 1530 and got closer, that wouldn't be too bad. Okay, I'd like to see a little bit more, but now when I'm looking left, all I'm in my head, I'm thinking, okay, that's where it could stall. If it got close to that, that's where it could stall. It's not a target, okay? It's just that's where I think it could stall. Obviously, I'd love to see a lot more room that the stock could run. The more, the merrier. Oh, William, 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 William. And there it goes. There goes the MRAM, guys. There goes the MRAM. As I said, has a little bit of room. Okay, yeah, gets is not necessarily over. Oh, I guess you didn't hear me, Miko. I said the same thing. The buy rating and a target of 3. I said a pretty lofty 50-cent stock, giving it a target of 3. I guess you didn't hear me. Yeah, so there's no way, nobody can tell you what stocks to buy. Okay, Chalice unit, Chalice unit. It's not what I mean. If you're new to trading, I mean, it sounds like you're very new to trading. If you're coming into I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but if you're coming into a trading room and you're going to rely on other people to tell you what stocks to buy, yeah, that's not. So this is what I would do. Okay, if you're new to trading, This is what I would do. Okay, so click on my homepage link. Okay, click on my homepage link. This is what you're going to see, and scroll down a little bit till you get to the education section. Click on the more info, and then scroll down until you see back to basics. So this is a free series of videos. I mean, yeah, if you're new to trading, I mean, you have to understand how to read a chart. Number one, you click on a symbol, and what is the chart trying to tell you? All the charts are trying to tell you a bit of a story. So if you do this, this is all free. I mean, you don't have to start off with the first one if you don't want. But what is a stock? But there are 15 videos here, all free. That's the first thing I would do. Okay, because trading is not easy. It's not, and it's not, and for sure, coming into a trading room and relying on somebody else, not just me, but anybody in the room saying, "Oh yeah, you should buy this." You have to have an idea. Okay, if you did buy it, where are you going to put a stop? Where are you going to get out of the trade if it's not working? Things like that. So there's a lot to trading. Man, am I ticked off? Look at MRAM. I got to stop talking so much. Look at the room it had. I said it had room. Look at it did. It actually got right to it and took it out. And you can come into the room. It's a free room, and you can kind of see, eventually. But it's a matter of being able to look at a chart, and we all have different trading styles. I'm somebody who likes to see stocks near the high or the low of the day. Many want to see stocks that are pulling back into an area. Pretty interesting. Not one re-entry today, guys. And this is more than likely. I mean, I'm still puzzled by the trading in this LUCD. I mean, it's actually gone negative. Whereas, does anybody? I mean, if anybody wants to, what is the actual ownership of that PAVM has of LUCD? It says it's a subsidiary. So, wow, unbelievable. I mean, what a run on the MRAM. Okay, guys, Sunrun, RUN, solar play, of course. The next high in a monthly chart is $20.63. So certainly there. Wow, the next high in the daily is 19. So there is room for Sun Run. Now, so what I'm looking at right now is how well is it going to hold 18? Is it going to come back down through 18 and then pop through it again? Oh, I was talking. I'm sorry, William. I was talking about LUCD. What is the ownership that PAVM has of LUCD? Sorry, not Lucid. Yeah, I know. We know it's a subsidiary, but is it a wholly owned subsidiary, or because it's hard? I just don't understand why Lucid is trading so poorly compared to PAVM. Well, I can see run up here. Okay, run was up here. Okay, so thank you, William. So 22%. So PAVM owns 22% of the Lucid stock, LUCD stock. And the MRAM came from the Williams scan, as I call it. You know, I saw the 15 break. That's when I was talking about it. But the sun run, you know, it's all over the place right here. As our run is right there. It's in that scan also. So right now I'm just waiting to see how well it holds 18. It's 1802 right now. Little we pull back here. And you know, the reason I kind of like it is because of the room it's got 19. I don't think no Jeffries has got a okay, maintaining coverage with a buy and a target of 22. Isn't an all-time high also? And the answer is oh, at the high. Oh, at the high, not all-time high. One-year high. Okay. Yeah, it's a 2-year high also. Why is Microsoft not doing very well? Well, you mean why is it slid from here? I don't know. A lot of the tech stocks have done this. I don't know if there's anything specific about Microsoft. They have earnings coming. Well, they had earnings on the 28th, or they have earnings coming up. Sorry, but I can't tell you why it's been drifting down. I mean, a lot of the tech stocks have been doing that probably. You know, XLK has been kind of choppy. I can't tell you specifically why Microsoft has been drifting down. Broke down underneath the 200-day moving average, which is pretty fairly serious. I don't trade stocks that are this expensive, so I don't really follow stocks like that. But that's all. So I don't have a specific reason why it's been drifting down. Okay, guys, PAVM just got halted. Just got halted on the way up. So there's the high of the day is right there. Yeah, so run is just, hanging around the 18 mark. Sort of basing a little bit here. There's my bid ask 1802, 1804, just kind of hanging around. Not really trading that abnormally, I mean, it's only 1.96 times normal, so it's not really trading like really abnormally. Big float. Contrast that with the MRAM. MRAM's got 21 million in the float, so that's why it is trading 10 times normal. Consequently, I may just forget about the sun run. Is Dan in today? Well, let's see. 10:58. Let me see if he's going to be available today. Ozzy, are you still able to use the money machine? I mean, I know you can. I know you're allowed to use it in simulation, but is it still kind of working for you? I know you seem to have found a way maybe to make it work. Okay, well, great. You've cracked the code. All right, guys, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts, see if there's anything that I could possibly trade. No, I'm look at silver now. I want to see what silver is doing, SLV. See if these silver plays that were being hit a little bit. I mean, silver is trying to get up a little bit, but it's still underneath the VWAP or at the VWAP area. But it's all about managing your exits, right, Ozzy? All about managing your exits. That run is moving. Yeah, so you can have a top list. You can have your own top list. You could even take his top list. But I mean, if you don't know how he's managing his exits. It's all about reading the charts and all that. So, which is a way of saying that even having access to whatever he's looking at, you could get very, very different results. It's like the AI. People ask, well, what are the results in the AI? Well, you could have two different people with two very, very different results. Now, Novavax, guys, this is from our AI. How could this be interesting? Okay, on a weekly chart. Yeah, no. Fortunately, I mean, I look left, and here's your next high is around 930. Too close to the 9 for me. Now, if the next high had been up here around 1067, would have been awesome. Potentially awesome. But for me, there's just too much potential resistance, not that far away. All right, so PAVM is still halted. Yeah, so PAVM is still halted. And now typically they are 5-minute halt, but obviously it's past 5 minutes. So if it's not a five, it's usually a multiple of five. So the next halt, so it could open at 10 minutes, in 10 minutes, or not in 10 minutes from now, but from the halt price, which would be 11:06 plus 2 seconds. And we could have an explosive open. Here's your halt, 24:21, 25:40, potential open area. And this screen you're seeing here, this has nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. To repeat myself many times because I get emails. Where do we find that screen in trade ideas? Nothing to do with trade ideas. It's Interactive Brokers, time and sales. This tells me the halt price and this column, the possibility of where it could open. All right, guys. Well, here's all of them. I mean, it is, yeah, I mean, it's a little extended. I wish maybe it can pull back a little. ALM. Notice this one earlier on in the day, but it had a big dip, but it's through the VWAP. And of course, it has room. I mean, it's a near an all-time high, actually. The next high is 1069. So, there is room for it to run if it wants to. And it's not a low float. It's 135 million. So we wouldn't think it's going to be like extremely volatile with that float, 135 million in the float. And what are they? Mining, processing, shipment of tungsten. Okay. Canadian company out of Toronto. Doesn't look good for Gits now. It had that little pop after it pulled back quite a bit, almost a three, but it doesn't look too good for Gits now. GITS. That might be all. That might be it for the day. All right, PAVM open, guys, and it did open above. Yes, it opened above, way above the halt price. The halt, remember, got halted at 24.21, and while it says it opened at 24.21, but I mean it's popped up to 27. Incredible. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, PAVM, which is probably a good thing. He would have probably looked at different areas and think, okay, maybe now, maybe now, maybe now, maybe now. After the fact, it looks obvious. SKM, just out of curiosity, what are your most profitable trades from the sort of they'll call it the pseudo Williams scan? What I mean is the ones that pull back. Is that what you're concentrating on more? The ones that pull back? Because I see you got the 25% pullback, or have you been able to identify that? Obviously, the pullbacks give you a better entry than the ones that are at the high of the day. But I'm just wondering, what have you been able to determine? Okay. Have you actually back tested it then just on the pullbacks using that as the alert? Oh, really? The alert? Okay. Because I actually have it on another monitor. I am actually kind of following it a little bit, especially on the pullbacks or the. Now, the interesting one is, oh, I see. Mainly on the times, the hold period. Okay. Now, the interesting thing is crossing below support as an example. How is it determining support? That is always my. So, for instance, it says, MRAM at 1057 crossed below support at 1566. Well, let's take a look. I should do what so let's take a look at this and have to do it here. Sorry. Just give me a moment. So understanding the cross below, did you look at this? You can take a look at this, okay? I don't know if you actually read through this. I'm not going to right now, but I'm just I don't know if you actually read through it. So it's a little bit different from the filters, okay? You have to click here on the icon, and then that'll get the help to come up. Yeah, so I certainly cannot help. From where? Yeah, I don't know. Well, that's what I mean. Yeah, like now if you had the description here, it might show. See, it might show up in the description. I just duplicated the scan. This makes sense, okay? Obviously, this makes sense. It's telling you where the next high is because this was the high of the day. But I You know what? Maybe this is what I'll do. I'll do a little history. Okay, this is it. Okay. So cross below support 15:45. The time 11 minutes and 30. I mean, don't ask me. But that is what that is trying to tell you. Let me expand this. Okay. Might have to really look at that because it's saying, it's a time thing. But he probably knows. But support and resistance are very, I mean, my idea and your idea and anybody else's might be very, very different. Okay, so we'll have a confirmation if it's going to be Dan in our YouTube room, not in our YouTube room, starting a new YouTube stream. So for those of you who don't know, on Wednesdays, typically on Wednesdays between 12 and 1, Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, starts a YouTube stream. So you can go in there. It's not it's not the stream that I've got up and running. He starts his own. Okay. So that's an opportunity to ask the CEO questions. Before I take my break at 12 o'clock, between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Before I take my break, I will put the stream, the link to get into his stream. It's not available yet. All right, guys. What time is it now? 11. So just a minimum 7% short float. Okay. All right, guys. BWIN is drifting down now. What room does it have? Not enough. 25, a little over 25 is the next low. So it's too close. Again, we can't answer a question like that, Chalice, okay? First of all, I can't. I'm not an investment advisor. I have to be very careful about what I say, okay? I represent the company. But, so, I mean, it looks like it's trying to curl up, but, I mean, there's the VWAP, 140, that could stall it, but that's, far enough away, I suppose, on a percentage basis. But understand that nobody can tell you. You have to, I don't know if you probably have not gone through the videos. I know nobody wants to do any, like, you want to start trading immediately. It's not easy. Yeah, you have to go to the web, whatever it's called, the Market Scope. You have to go to Market Scope, Nathan. It's not here. It's not in the downloadable app. You have to go to the Market Scope, which is, let me see if I can even find it. I have an old link. I know I keep saying that I should get a better link. Man, so I'm assuming if you go to the home, you're going to see this. The money machine is here. You get started. Okay. Yeah. No. 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 Alpha release of the money machine. Ugh, you've got to get into Market Scope. The heck is it? It's only in the simulator. There you go. Thank you. I'm going to copy that one. So this is, yeah. So this is what it looks like. Okay. Now, if you want a full blown demonstration of it, you know, go to. I'll give you a link. Probably about 30 minutes or so. Because Dan Merkin, the CEO, this is what he covers. I cannot use it because I'd have to spend all day on it. Okay. I cannot, because it's a very fast moving entries and exits. So that's all. So I cannot do it. Otherwise, I couldn't do any of this. Give me a second here. I just want to see if this is right. Is this clickable? No. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm just trying to get a better link that I can save. When I save your link, it turns into this, Pepe, for some reason, not as a link. Okay. So, William, you said you weren't going to short MRAM, okay? No, it's okay, Nathan. It's okay. There's a couple of things about, if it becomes available to trade your account, okay? It's still in simulation mode. It has not been released, so that you can. I could never do it because I am in Canada, and the only broker I could use would be Interactive Brokers, and they charge a commission, half a cent, because even you guys, if you used IB in the States, the IB that you have to use is going to charge half a cent. So ideally, probably Alpaca is going to be the best broker to use because E-Trade, I think, is a bit wonky. IB was going to charge half a cent a share commission. And so Alpaca right now is commission free. Because if you're going to take a lot of trades, get in and out of trades all day long, you don't want to pay commissions. But anyway, right now it's only in simulation mode. And what William is saying is based on his experiences with E-Trade. Even though E-Trade is a commission-free broker, it may not be. What Chris Farley at Trade Ideas, what he has said several times is that E-Trade is not the best, even though we do attach to it. Well, it's working, but only in simulation mode, Nehru. Okay, it's only in simulation mode. It works. You can run it in simulation mode. But you're not trading live, are you, Ozzy? You're still in. Well, of course, you cannot be trading live with the moneymaker. It's a simulation. You'd have to see how it works. Yeah. It's exactly simulation mode is our simulator using our simulator. Treat TI paper, yes. It's not live with a broker. It is not. Has not been released in live form. But have you done rapid fire? Tried to do rapid fire trading, Brokers Plus and E-Trade? And so, how many trades are you taking, Ozzy? It's just interesting. You're auto trading. You're auto trading using E-Trade and Brokers Plus, or you're just manually trading. because it's the auto trading aspect of it that, yeah, you have to exit the trades on your own, Nero. Okay. Best thing to do, if you can hang on for another half hour, you can ask Dan Merkin all these sorts of questions. Okay. Yeah. So it would be very interesting if you try to automate it. Okay. And rapid fire trading using E-Trade. So if you can hang on another half hour, Nehru, you can. We don't have the link yet, but Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, will start a YouTube stream, and he spends virtually the entire time on the money machine. Okay, so not just you, but anybody else. But only in simulation mode. I think everything is fine in simulation mode. It's when you attach. I don't think. I mean, I may be wrong. I don't think he's. Well, I don't know. Okay, you know what? In half an hour, you can ask him. Maybe he trades fine. I don't know. So now you can use interactive brokers. You can automate your strategies. Okay, your strategies. I mean, if you want, very few people automate. I'll tell you that right now. So if you had your own strategy that you back tested and you're, satisfied that you want to take every single trade that comes through in your back tested strategy, yes, you could attach it to your IB account and trade it. But you better be awfully sure that that's what you want to do. So Funko's on the move, guys. FNKO is on the move. 421. Next high is looking left. Well, the money machine, but again, it's not available yet. It's only available in the simulator. Eventually, if the company deems that it's you know s- it can be sent out as a live product, they'll release it. Yes, you could use IB, but you'll have to pay half a cent a share commission. TradeWave, right now. There's no way to get an alert on a buy or a sell flag, if that's what you're talking about. You cannot automate the AI, Ollie. You cannot automate that. Yeah, still haven't got a confirmation that it'll be Dan, but I. Hmm. PAVM could be the end, guys. Let's see if it can hold 20. Ah, got halted on the way down, I think. Yeah, this got halted on the way down. So big thing, can it hold the VWAP? Okay, the VWAP. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. Okay. If you go here, you're right, Peter. I mean, I usually don't talk too much about. If you click on new, go to Market Explorer, and then this box will pop up. Right click, hover over the or hover over select strategy. Another box pops up. Trade wave, and then another box pops up. You're right, but most of the time when people ask about the buy and the sell, it's that they want to be able to have their own scan and get a real-time alert for when a buy flag or a sell flag shows up. This is, I mean, you're right, you can use this. This is preset, nothing you can do. I mean, you cannot change anything about it. And it's based on a 5 minute. I mean, it's not bad. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying, but most people when they ask about it, it's having their own scan. And again, I would ask Dan that question if he's going to be there, when or if, eventually you'll be able to create your own scan and get a buy flag alert or a sell flag alert real time. Yeah, well, don't ask me. Ask Dan. Okay. Okay, guys, I'm just sort of I gotta take a look at HYMC. It's had a little bit of the pop with silver, but it's still underneath the VWAP. Well, look at this. Damn. What's the volume? Wow, look at the volume. 18 million. I don't think I really saw this in the pre-market. I don't think it was really doing much in the pre-market. Yeah, you can see right there, it wasn't really doing much. It was at 9:30 when it opened, and that's when it. Hmm. Oh, you're right. You know what? You're absolutely right. I didn't even see that. You know why? Because I'm just fixated on waiting for re-entries, and there isn't one today. You're absolutely right, though, Peter. That was a heck of a. That was a very good alert. That was at 9:41. Earliest alert from our AI will be at 9:40. Okay, that's the alert. Earliest you'll get an alert. That would happen at 9:41. But even so, let me take a look. Where is 941? 941 is about right here. I mean, it didn't do much for a long time. Interesting. It took that volume to come in, and then that's when it really popped. So you had a lot of time to get into this one if you had wanted to. I didn't even see it. Okay, William, thank you. Oh man, I know I mentioned PLAB a little while ago, probably a dollar ago. Might have to start looking at your scan again, William, in terms of shorting tops. I'm just getting bogged down here. So yeah, the market's taking a bit of a downturn now, guys. So there is the SPY, or sorry, the VWAP. So you can see the SPY came into the VWAP. Will it hold? Will the VWAP hold it? Will it act as support? It's even on the NAM, you see how it pulled back into the VWAP. So if you missed it the first time, you could have possibly taken it on the pull into the VWAP to see, will that hold? Will that act as support? And you got a little buy flag. You had a sell and a buy. I mean, that's why, you don't know. Just because you get a buy flag doesn't mean you just take the trade. Well, USAR guys, USAR breaking down through 20. USAR breaking down through 20. There you go. Thank you, Poe and Gemini. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? How to show the blue signal AI and how to use it in a correct, efficient way. Well, how you trade the AI is up to you. Okay. I don't, so I'm not sure. So you talk like, what blue signal are you talking about? Are you talking about right here where it's at 115 right there? Well, I mean, you got the alert. If you have the AI, obviously, do you have the AI then, right? You have our premium service. Okay. So, well, when you got the alert, you would, well, as I said, you had all sorts of opportunity to take this trade, because it happened here at 115 on that candle, and it still, didn't really move much. Oh, I can't tell you the most efficient way to do it. I mean, what I would say is that I'll never take a trade just because I get the alert. Okay. Just because I get the alert doesn't mean I'm going to pile into the trade. I want to see how it's trading, but you can sort of see how it was hugging the VWAP. So all the situations with the AI could be different. So there's no such thing as the most efficient. Yeah. So if it's not showing, it means it's not an AI alert. You can't plug a stock into the AI and say, okay, what do you think? Okay. That's not what the AI is. This is just based on a series of scans that were optimized overnight, and then some of the scans made the cut. I don't know how many scans there still are, but some of the scans made the cut. So you have no idea what alerts are going to show up in those scans that made the cut, if that makes sense. So, here I'm looking at Novavax. I mean, Novavax to me, I mean, it's possible it could get going later, but why I wouldn't take this trade is because when I look left, I see that 938 is the next high in the weekly. For me, didn't have enough room. So that's me. Somebody else might look at that, go, I don't care. I'm going to take the trade. And if it worked and it went through that, then they would say I made money on that. Whereas I would not be taking the trade. But that's me. So there's no such thing as, what is the best way to use it. It's really depends on your trading style and what you see on a chart. You won't know, Nero. It's like saying, what stocks are going to show up here ahead of time. We don't know. Or here ahead of time. We don't know. They we don't know what stocks are going to show up until this is a real-time alert. You can't know ahead of time what stocks are going to show up because it's all based on scans. Does that make sense? I mean, these are scans. These are 2 scans in here, okay? Competing scans. One on the upside, one on the downside. We don't know what stocks are gonna show up because these are the 2 these are the, on the upside, I'm looking for new highs, so the price has to be between 50 cents and $30, 300,000 shares minimum. Volume in the last minute, 300% of normal, up 2% from yesterday's close, etcetera. So, we don't know. Oh, I see. You mean, how do you get this screen here? Oh, okay. Well, that's easy. You click on new from the toolbar. Click on yes, that's where the AI alerts show. So click on new from the toolbar, and then if you hopefully you can see my screen. Click on Premium AI Strategy Trades window right there. Okay, there are 3 that start off with Premium AI. Pick Premium Strategy Trades window. When you do that, when you click on it, this is what you're going to see. Except you must do one other thing. More than likely, where it says filter, it says none. Uncheck it because it'll probably say profitable trades. Uncheck it. And the reason being, to uncheck it, because you should see the trades all day long, regardless of whether we're profitable or not. Sometimes, stock, maybe the AI is a little bit early on a selection, and so it dips down below the entry price, but maybe it's setting up better at a lower price, as an example. You'd never see that if you have only the profitable trades selected. The other thing is the reentry price. That is what I've been waiting on. No reentry prices today. And the reentry would happen if a stock gets halfway between the original alert price and hits the stop at any time. In this case, no stocks have done that today. And that's what I tend to wait for, because I find that, if you just wait for those, just reentry prices, obviously it's going to be a better entry, but it's also setting up maybe a little bit later. But in this case, like NAMM, never hit, never hit. So I've been just sort of staring at this. You can get a sound alert on here too. All right. So make sure you put a sound alert, right click and click on the actions, and then you can create a sound alert. Just click on the play sound. This is in the guide. Okay. If you go to click on the play sound and then set up the sound, so you can go text to speech if you want. So you can get a female voice or a male voice reading out the symbol, or you could go use custom sound and then select the sound. And then we have 3 folders. All these folders have different sound alerts in them. So if I click on Mad Money, here are the sound alerts within Mad Money. You can left click on one of them, say the gong. You can open it, play it, and if you like it, then you say okay a couple of times, and then the sound gets attached. It's Sound alerts are not just for the AI; they're for alert windows, your price alert windows, things like that. But if you've got the AI, you should put a sound alert on here. Okay, yeah, that gets too complicated, Dwayne. I mean, we've got all those. We've got 3 folders. We've got probably have a total of 50, maybe up to 50 different sounds. Yes, you can upload your own sound file, but I would just take a look at ours first. But the whole idea of sounds is that because I have a sound alert for here, I have a sound alert for my AI, and I have a sound alert for the other scan I got. When I hear a sound, I know which window to look at. Obviously, put a different sound for each window. So still no confirmation that Dan is going to be starting a YouTube stream, guys. So I still haven't got it. So Pepe, I know you look to see if there's a link. Oh, done it. Thank you. Okay, guys. So he's not there yet, but Pepe just put the link in. Okay. Okay. So he hasn't started yet, but he's on the NAM. I can see right off. I can see he hasn't started yet. But okay. So guys, you can. So for those of you in YouTube, I'm sorry, not that link. Not that link. It's live now, but I don't think he's talking, is he? Okay, so for those of you on YouTube, Dan will not start a stream in this room, the YouTube room that you're in right now. So that is the link. Yeah, he's just setting it up. So again, here is the link to get into. I mean, you go there now if you want. He's not doing anything yet. 11:53. Usually he starts about 11:55. So I'll be taking my break pretty soon, guys. So this is your opportunity to talk to the CEO of Trade Ideas. If you've got some questions for him, either complaints or bouquet beefs or bouquets, as I call it, go there. It's your opportunity between 12 and 1 Eastern time to, well, maybe a little bit before, to ask him questions. Okay. So meanwhile, I'm going to put my announcement up because I usually like to take my break when he starts. And it usually goes right to 1. So I'll probably be back at around 1. I'm just waiting for him to start. I hear a little, okay, I think he's getting ready to go. So, guys, I'm going to take my break now. I just hear some rustling on the mic. So, I'm going to take my break now. So, we'll see you guys at about 1 p.m. Muting myself in the main room, and I'm muting myself now in YouTube. All right, guys, I'm back. And I see, well, so the NAM is underneath 2 right now. It's sitting right on the VWAP, okay? Sitting right on it. Wonder if it's going to hold. Not sh oh, there are well, very few. There are 1,100 shares available. Interactive Brokers are short if it did take out the VWAP. But, let's see if it holds the VWAP. Man, one day I'm just gonna buy the darn Moderna right off, every time we've seen it move at the big well, not every time necessarily, but at the beginning of the day, not saying it has no dips at all, but boy, what a move for Moderna, mRNA. This started a couple of weeks ago, well, maybe even sooner, but, there was a couple of days last week, I think, but, I mean, it just, at the very beginning of the day, it just ran and ran and ran, closed near the high, a couple of days in a row, maybe a pullback, and then, like, a little pullback right there. It's hardly anything. It was this day, really, I was looking at. Yeah, I went from 33 to, 39, closed at the high. The next day, had a continuation, little pullback, and then, the next 3 days, and look at today, I mean, we're right at the high. So, Naru, when you say things like that you're holding the bags now, I'm assuming that means you did not have a stop. You did not have a price where you're gonna get out of the trade if it wasn't working for you. I'm assuming that when I see statements like that, that usually means, well, yeah. Now, is there any reason why you didn't have a stop or you didn't know about a stop? Or I'm just wondering, why didn't you have a stop? Not trying to pick on you, believe me. But even things that have a great discount, they could keep going down. Well, it has earnings on the 5th, but, that's you're rolling, so you are in at 260. I mean, I'm not, again, I don't know where you would have put a stop if you were in at 260, so you're almost right at the very high up here. So pull back, must have been on that day. Yeah, I probably would have, I mean, I know the stops are wider in a, swing trade, but I probably would have put a stop at around 234, the low of that day. But anyway, oh, you're in at 216. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought you meant you were in at 260. Yeah, I just don't know where you'd put a stop. I mean, depending on how many shares you've taken, I mean, the low of 2 months ago was a 173. That's a pretty wide stop. 207 is a weekly low, but it sounds like you're just, yeah, I mean, it's up to you. Well, you're taking a lot of shares, and you're going to hold on through earnings. Not saying not to, but it's a risk. But okay. Well, what I see, when I take a trade, I don't swing trade, but if I take a trade, and it doesn't matter whether it's a swing trade, even if I did swing trade, I'd always have a place where I'm going to get out of the trade if it's not working. So, look, it's been in this decline. Nothing to me says buy me. The weekly, it's been in a decline. The low right there is 207. I know you're not going to get out here, but I mean, listen, anything can happen. Of course it could rebound and you might get, if you're going to hold it through earnings. I just don't do that. I just don't hold anything through earnings, no matter what I hear or think. That's just me. But I hope it works out for you, of course. Yeah, look at this. You're right, William. I mean, this is just excuse me, pretty steadily down. Excuse me, 108 to 105. Well, there's the low right there. 102 is the next low looking left. So will that hold it? Looks like a couple of days around that area. I don't see any news on it so much. I don't see any specific news on it today. Today's the 21st, right? Yeah, I don't see any specific news, not from Interactive Brokers anyway. Yeah, well, Teddy, you might have. I mean, yeah, Micron's an all-time high. Yep, $19. My goodness. Yeah. I mean, it's hard to short a strong. Like, where do you pick the top? I use the phrase. It looks so obvious after the fact, but right now, I mean, Micron is just super strong ever since earnings. Yeah, Gitz is still Giascobi. I mean, Gitz is still had a little rally from 150 to 180. All right, guys. I don't know if Dan is still talking. I'm sure he's done now. So, guys, anybody who attended Dan's YouTube stream, any nuggets you want to share, or is just kind of reinforcing the money machine, etc.? Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Teddy. Sorry, guys. I'm copying two links at the same time. All right. So you made the request. I do see them, SKM. I mean, I can see them. I don't check them usually during the day. Because they're not, of course, they're not handled by me, but I do see them. Yes. It's hard. I don't know who you are. Of course, I'm just seeing some of the emails, the latest ones. Did you just send one about 17 minutes ago? Okay. Yeah. So I see Chris is okay. So Chris has answered you, I guess. Okay. Okay, guys. So I put in my homepage link one last time today. So I don't know. I can't remember the email. I have to dig it up. I don't know how long this is going to last. This promo, the 22% off. But you can still get 22% off the first month only of on a monthly subscription of either standard or premium, or 22% off, of course, an annual or on premium or standard subscription. Okay. But again, please listen carefully. 22% off. If you take a monthly subscription, you're only getting the first month off at 22%. After that, it'll go to the normal rate. And all I ask, as usual, please use my code. If you use my code, I'm moderating a YouTube room and also the trading room. Okay. This is different from the YouTube room. So the more people who use my code, the company sees the use of the codes, and so they don't mind keeping the rooms free. You see enough people using the codes. So if you're in YouTube right now wondering, well, what does this mean? I thought I'm in a trading room. Well, it's a trading room. YouTube is just a different stream. This trading room right here is a lot more action, a lot more interaction amongst traders, a lot more activity. So if you want to come into this room, you can do so. It's free. The same thing. Another difference though, if you had a link you wanted to give to me, you could post it in here. Maybe check a scan or something like that. Also, there's no delay, and YouTube imposes a 7 or 8 second delay. There's no delay in this room. Okay. Also, this room, if you want to get some, if you want to see what's happening in the pre-market, and you want to talk to other traders, like or interact with other traders in the pre-market, this room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. And I don't open YouTube until about 8:30. Now, the reason I don't open YouTube until 8:30, I mean, Obi opens the room, trading room, at 6:45. So it is moderated to a certain degree. I cannot open YouTube and then walk away from it. There's nobody to moderate it. So that's why it gets open later. And then I get on the mic, both rooms at 9 o'clock. Now, I usually go to about 2 to 2:30, maybe later if there are questions. If there are no questions, I will take off. But today, this room, and most of the days, is open till usually around 3:45. And William says he'll keep it open to 3:45 today. Okay, so this room today will have been open from 6:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m. Eastern time. When I leave, I have to shut YouTube down completely. Education. So if you've taken out a subscription, you can click on the education area. And the Getting Started with Trade Ideas. There are 12 short videos that will get you started. This is mandatory that you do this. And if you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about the program, you can start off with that second video and go to the end. It should give you a good enough idea about whether or not it's something you might want to try for at least a month. Take out a monthly subscription. It's just month to month. You can cancel anytime. Back to basics. If you are new to trading, free series of videos for you. If you're new to trading, there are 15 of them. Last, if you're looking for, poor Steve, I always forget about him. So if you clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, and here you go. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. The reason I say poor Steve Gomez at Trade Ideas. He's the originator of the trades of the week. You'll get it. It's free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay, so you can sign up for it right here. And now, if you've clicked on my homepage link and you're looking for some of the information that I'm sharing, you can click on the scan section. You can see this one right here, the biggest large cap gainers. This is the movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside. This is a lot more volatile. Okay, you'll get some low floats, you get high floats, but it's a little more of a mishmash of a lot of different types of price ranges. This one is definitely large cap stocks or larger cap stocks. Some may think, well, it's not that large. If you're looking for billion, like two to 3 or 4 billion market cap, no, the minimum is 500 million, but it's still pretty large market caps are in here. So consequently, the volatility is not as great. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down, and I have some other scans that I'm currently sharing. So if you have any questions about them, feel free to ask. I'd never block you, SKM. And listen, I mean, that's why, the opportunity, I call it beefs and bouquets, really. I mean, Dan is not going to, I mean, he's not going to be able to say people want, the buy and the sell flags I don't know what he said to you, Nehru, or if he acknowledged it. I don't know what he said, but I guarantee that the more people who keep asking for it, I shouldn't say guarantee, but the more people who ask for it, I mean, maybe it'll get done sometime. I don't know what it takes to do it. Yeah, I just don't know what it takes to do it. Yeah, send an email. Absolutely. And if you're wondering, "Well, why don't I do it? Why don't I do?" Because it's not that I don't. I ask also, but coming from, I'm one person. Coming from 100 subscribers, that says it's not going to happen. I know Chris was really down on it earlier or last week too. Yeah, I don't know what it would take. I mean, yeah, the email address is I'll give it to you right here. Info at trade-ideas.com. It's not clickable, okay? But it's info at trade-ideas.com. Well, you can get an alert with sound, but what are you talking about? On the buy or the sell flags? Oh no. Well, we're not talking about auto trading them anyway. We were all I wanted was just having an alert. If you can if Well, Holly, you can get a sound alert. We went over that, right? I mean, Holly, you can get a sound alert. So that's not an issue. You can get a sound alert. I went over that. And the way the money machine I thought was working anyway, there's really no reason for a sound alert because you're taking the unless everything is being done manually. I thought you were getting into a trade in auto fashion, so you don't need an alert for that. You're just following to see what you're in. But getting out of the trade manually, again, you don't need an alert for that. And TradeWave, again, the if we could get a sound alert from when a buy flag shows up, then you could make an alert window, okay, with that being your trigger, and we just can't do that. So there's no point in asking for a sound alert on a TradeWave buy flag, okay? Because what you're really asking is, can we create a scan that when we get a buy alert, we'll get a real time alert from it? Because if we could do that, it's an alert window. You can put a sound alert. The problem is he cannot get that. The only thing here, I mean, somebody asked, this you can, this is something that is created sort of, it's within Trade Ideas. It's sort of a different type of a program. So you can get a sound, you can, not a sound alert though, but you can at least have a scan based on 5 minutes, a 5 minute chart in which you will get real-time alerts. The only issue is, and I think it's a good thing, the 5 minute candle has to close to make sure it is still a buy flag. So look at MU as an example at 115. And of course, there's no buy flag now. What time is it right now? 120. Maybe it takes, let me do Netflix. See a little buy flag there, buy flag there. Okay. Now, does it mean you just take the trade? Of course not. But it's kind of interesting with Netflix what it's doing, kind of consolidating just at the what you want is a scan. In other words, here, okay. That example, because this is just let me get this one out. So this is an example of a scan, okay? So on a scan, it's an alert window. A scan, you start off with filters to whittle the universe of stocks down to something manageable, and then you create a trigger. In this case, when the market's open, a new high of the day. So what we'd like to have sometime in the future is a trigger on when you get a buy flag. Okay, that's just the trigger. So you create your scan with your filters, and then here are the, so you'd like to see something that would say buy flag, and that would be your trigger. But we can't do it. And not so much for specific stocks. I mean, well, specific stocks that meet your filter requirements, yes, if that makes sense. But at this point, we can't do it. And Pepe doesn't seem to think that it's going to be forthcoming. So the question in our YouTube room is, can you scan using TradeWave? Well, we're kind of going over that. So the answer is kind of, if you're willing to do this. You click on New from the toolbar, and then go down to Market Explorer, other box, and click on it. Click on Market Explorer, left click on it. This strategy, this window will pop up. Right click on it, and then select Strategies here. Another box pops up. Scroll down to TradeWave. Another box pops up, and then TradeWave buy 5 minutes. So this is a scan. You cannot control it. In other words, you cannot control the price range or anything else about it. I will say this, you don't have to worry about the volume. The volume will be fine, typically. Okay, so you don't have to worry about it showing stocks with no volume. But this is a scan that you can use if you want. So here's TMC. Let's see what it looks like. So I'm going to go back in time just a little. Here's the PLAB. So you can see a little buy flag there, though it's interesting that it turned red. But anyway, there's a little buy flag here. It's so interesting you say that, Pepe, because look how much interaction I do, and you're talking about the beta now, the latest beta, whereas I'm on a development version. I don't even know what that version is. Helping about, what am I on? It's 5.77, but it's a development version, so it doesn't say dev there, but I have not had. many every now and then it will freeze on me every now and then, maybe once every couple of weeks, and usually it's before the market opens. But I have a lot of interaction with it, so I guess I'm lucky. I guess so. Lucky me. I mean, you see how many things I click on all day long. So now, I'm it seems to be taking more time to load the charts. I will say that. The reason why it hasn't bothered me as much as it used to is because when I click on a symbol, the first thing I'm doing is I'm looking over here in my time and sales and interactive brokers. That's the first thing I'm doing just to see, what the spread is and all that. And then of course I'm looking back. And by that time, of course, the chart is already okay. Thank you, William. So narrow, no, well, what I showed you, this is a built-in scan on a 5-minute chart. Okay, that's all. That's the only thing. That's the only scan that's going to give you kind of a real time. Okay, there's the buy flag right there. Okay, it's the only scan, but it's uncontrollable. Okay, in that you cannot revise any of this. This is the price range you have to deal with. My advice, I mean, first of all, you can see that there's not that many alerts. Okay, so I mean, if you just have to watch them, and you notice that it's going to be every 5 minutes because it's on a five. Doesn't necessarily mean there will be one every 5 minutes. Look here, there was one at 12:55. There wasn't one at one. There's one at 1:05. Why wasn't there one at one? Because no stocks met all the requirements. That's why. So I mean, you can have this up and running, and you can just see when the alerts happen if you get an alert. So I mean, that's just if you have interactive brokers, it's just a matter of doing the external linking. Okay, going through the external linking. I know we went over this yesterday in quite a lot of detail. Maybe you weren't around, but it's just the external linking. See how I'm linked to interactive brokers? You just follow, add the link, you just follow the instructions. Now, hopefully you don't have a VPN or something, because that was the problem with somebody yesterday. But just follow the instructions. So if you haven't established a link with interactive brokers before, so well, first of all, you will start off with tools, external linking, and this is for everybody. We link with many brokers, okay? And let me back up. What linking does is that for me, somebody who clicks on a lot of symbols all day long, what a pain it would be if I had to look at GIL and I thought, I wonder if I want to trade that. Well, all I do is I click on it and it loads into my order entry into interactive brokers. And then within interactive brokers, I have the same color link. So it's going to link with everything. Okay. I have the same color chain within interactive brokers. So that's why my news feed, see, I have the same color. I think most brokers are like that. So that's why when I click on a symbol, so I click on FITB, see how it changes. Okay. And how to establish the link in this case, tools, external linking, and then add the link. And then you follow these instructions. Here's my pointer right here. And so I put the pointer right in the order entry box in interactive brokers. I mean, if you've been using interactive brokers, you have to know where the order entry is. There's a little box right underneath order entry. You put your pointer right there, and then you hit the shift key, and that'll start to get the link going. The only other thing you have to do is go to the rules. It's grayed out for me here, but it won't be for you. You go to the rules, and then you hit that little down arrow, and you pick interactor brokers. Okay, live, and then that establishes the link. And for me, it's obviously a tremendous time saver. Okay, so Brian had the problem yesterday. I was sort of driving us crazy because I wasn't doubting you, Brian. You were saying you were following exactly what I was doing. I didn't think about a VPN. I know Pepe said you are using a VPN. So if you're using a VPN, you probably have to, as Brian says, you have to turn it off briefly, establish the link, and then I guess you can turn it on afterwards. No, that's not stupid, Brian. I mean, that's not. I just don't. I've never used a VPN. I probably should, but I've never used a VPN, and so I don't think about it. But the next time somebody asks that question and they swear they're following all the instructions, at least hopefully I'll remember you. Well, I hope you can afford that 4K loss, Sunil, on the Microsoft. I don't know what your account size is, but I hope it didn't go above. You're not losing more than you can afford to lose. Uh, Again, I don't care what your account size is. Don't have to tell us or anything like that. But it sounds like if it's more than you wanted to lose, it sounds again like you didn't have a stop. I know, listen, you get into a trade and you're just convinced, well, it's Microsoft. It's going to come back. It's going to come back. It has earnings next week, I guess. It's going to come back. And you kind of convince yourself that it's going to come, like the stock is going to come back for you. So even if you had a stop in place, you think, forget it. It's going to come back. And it keeps moving down and down and down. I'm not saying Microsoft is going to do that, but it could be any other type of stock. I just find it's easier on your psychologically. It's easier, believe it or not, to take a manageable small loss and get out of it. You can always get back in, rather than staring at your P&L every single day and seeing it, moving down further and further. Believe me, that used to be me. Okay, and I think it's everybody, especially when you get married to something. You think, it'll turn around, so I'll hold on. And Tony Roma, let's see, what's this one doing? Now, Pepe, I thought you said that the beta was working for you. Maybe that was last week. You just had to. So are you saying we should get a devoice, Barry? Okay, I know devoice is not what you wanted to say. So what were you trying to say? Poe, an invoice, a voice, or divorce, or devoice. Okay. Well, having never been through that, see, I don't know that word, and it ain't never going to happen. Thoughts on UAVS? Okay, well, that was I know Steve used to like it, but let's take a look at UAVS. Well, obviously in a downtrend. I mean, you just see what's happening here. Big downtrend. Nobody wants this right now. That's my only thought on it. It's not trading even right now today. I mean, 4 million shares, but that's only 0.61 of normal. But yeah, nobody wants this right now. That's my those are my thoughts on it. The drones have, it can be very cyclical. I mean, from here, from this day here when it was 80 cents, and then the next day, yeah, it had a nice run up. The drones were in favor. Now, at least this company, I don't know if every single stock in the drone sector is doing this, but your next low is $1.18. You got to hope. I mean, I don't know if you're in this one or you're just looking for some kind of an entry, but I mean, $1.18 is the next low. I mean, it's almost there. See, got a buy flag on that on right here, right? But look at it. You did get a buy flag right there, but look how choppy it is. You had a sell flag there, a buy flag here. Look how choppy it is. The only way if I from here, if I got a buy flag, it would have had to been probably maybe if it consolidated a little bit, then you got a buy. Okay, maybe. But if you see a pattern that looks like this, well, first of all, it's not a five. To me, it's just not. The only good thing I can say is that it's holding the VWAP. Okay, it is trying to hold the VWAP, so maybe that will act as support. So did Dan even hint at releasing it? The money machine, did it even hint at it? I know, he even if he hinted, I'm just interested to know if he even hinted at a release of the money machine. Okay. I I guess that means he did. Well, if you had shorts available for the PAVM, if you had shorts available, and I didn't, this is my little tells me how many shorts are available for stock, and basically it's telling me you can't see the symbol, but it is the PAVM. Only if they can be located, so obviously I'm not gonna wait around to see if they locate. Yeah, I mean, it's been well over a year, Pepe, hasn't it? I wanna say July or August of last year, maybe September of last year. Not last like, not last like in 2024. Okay, August, there you go. I mean, obviously, I wish it had worked the way they wanted it to, but like, earlier. Now, maybe they can get it, but I still think that, if you're gonna have to manage the exits on your own. So, you're gonna have to have trading experience. This is not for newcomers. All right, guys, what is this one? LXU just breaking over 10. Ah, look at NVAX even. I remember I thought maybe I should keep watching NVAX. Even NVAX now. I mean, I think, it could stall at that 30 level, but even NVAX from the AI, I mean, it took, all day for it to really start to move, but what is the reason to have the bid and ask? Just out of curiosity. I mean, I know we need to know what the bid and ask is, but I mean, of course, I always going to look here, just try to get it all in one place because they're still talking about auto trading the entries, right? Okay, guys, I'm somewhat interested in this LXU, or am I? Let's take a look at the weekly chart. So that high right there is 998, so it's above that high. LXU in OK City. So it's hanging above the 10 mark. Next high in a monthly chart is 1037. Oh, it's very possible, you're talking about the future is drones. I mean, you're fair, of course, but which one? Is it gonna like UAVs? Isn't isn't RCAT, is that a drone? RCAT is a drone. So, look at the difference in UAVs and RCAT as an example. So not all drone plays are the same. Oh, yeah, no kidding on the NAM. This could be the one, guys, that has the run at the end of well, what time is it now? 1:47? Towards the and then the volume coming in. Um, the next high on a weekly chart is 5, I think. No, 275. 275 is the next high on the weekly chart. So I mean, in theory, it has, possible that it could run to close to the 275 before it, but that would be a pretty big move from here. Okay, so the high of the day is right up here, 229. Takes out the high of the day, it could go on another little run. I'll put a price alert there. And that high right there is 219. So it's basically right there. Then again, on the weekly chart, the next high is 275. So yeah, I mean, it takes out that 229. It could go on a run. Now look at the volume that came in. You don't even have to look at how much volume came in. It's just see that bar right there on the 2 minute, on the 5 minute, just in relation to all the previous ones for the last well, several hours. All right, guys. So here is the SPY. Okay, at maybe the level. There's that VWAP is right there. The VWAP, the purple line. So it's right there. Will this stall it from moving higher? Will it act as resistance to move up? UPST. So for what? I mean, I'm just looking at the daily chart, just chopping up and down, not doing much. You're talking about if are you talking intraday? Because intraday you have the VWAP above it, 45.37. So I mean, it could stall there if you're a believer in looking at the VWAP as potential support and resistance areas. It's not trading anything abnormally, 0.63. So it's not trading anything abnormally. 0.63 means it's trading 0.63 of normal up to this time of day. Yeah, TE. I see TE on your scan, William. And just give me a moment. Okay, guys. Okay. NAM it is, okay? But I already took some out, not because of the wave, of course, but do I trust that it's going to keep going? And that was a big pop. Look at the volume that came in. I'd love to see it. Now, for me, stocks underneath $5, the 50-cent level can be a bit of a block. So in other words, like 250. Can it take 250 out? I mean, I'd be up to 244. So Neil, you're looking at more at a macro level, right? I mean, more fundamental. I mean, I'm not saying you can't ask questions like that. I'm certainly not the person. I don't swing trade at all. So, but you're looking more of a fundamental reason that Upstart could move higher because of interest rates, a move in interest rates. Boy, Lucid, I mean, I know it had a bit of a pullback, but yeah, nice pullback. But boy, it is still strong, guys. LCID. Well, you're talking about using Brokers Plus. Because I was following an internal discussion. Andy was saying that he couldn't connect. Yeah, locked up B plus. Yeah. So you're the cause of it. Are you proud of yourself? You know, even had a little buy flag here on the NAM. It's just that 250. I just have this feeling 250 is going to be hard for it to get through. Yeah, I mean this Novavax was sneaky good. You know, from nine from the alert. Even if you wait for a nine break, you know, 9 to 9:33, not bad. And look at this. Look how orderly on the 2 minute wave. All right, guys. Well, listen, I'm probably going to take off fairly soon, unless there are questions. I do have something I have to get to, but you know, I can still hang around for questions if there are any. William says he's going to keep the room open until 3:45. YouTube, I do have to shut down completely. Was there any? I can't remember if there's really any news on that one either for the NAM. I think we looked, couldn't see any news on it. I mean, it's a metal play, or no, it's in the Cayman Islands. Okay, well, that maybe explains a little bit for tax purposes, of course. So look at the volume, 102 million on no news. No news that I can see. They're restarting a gold mine in Africa. Okay, but that was, you know, I'm looking for today. I do see this in Zimbabwe. But that was, you know, that news is from the 24th of right here. I was looking for news today. Hmm. All right, guys. Moment of truth here. Moment of truth. Can it get through 250? Yeah, to 250. So I need to go. Well, maybe I can induce it. Let's go put a price alert right at 250 and see if we can induce it upwards. It's super liquid, though. I mean, that's, you know, the time and sales, but and look at, you know, what's going through. I mean, 10,000, 50. You know, look, just super liquid. Okay, guys, it's 2:01, and unless I start seeing some whoa, there we go. There's the 250. See how easy it is? Just put a price alert and it'll hit it. Kidding, of course, but so let me put another price alert, a little bit above 250. And good volume. Volume is still coming in. Even interesting scam going on. Not buy trade ideas. People saying they took out a subscription, they don't like it, so we want a refund, and they never took out a subscription. I'm sure it's not just trade ideas. Because like you asked SKM, I see all the emails that come in. Well, I mean, it's got to get through 250. Got to get through 250. It hit 250, but right now, what did you do with LUCD? Just out of curiosity, SKM. You get stopped out. That's okay. I mean, 152. I did my video on the NAM because it had all sorts of time to get into the trade. Even a little bit above the original alert price of 115. But look at all this. You had all this time to really figure out if you want to get into the trade still. I just didn't see it. I think this is a bit of a unique day. Not one reentry. Yeah, it's just not able to get through 250. All right, guys, I am not seeing any more questions, so I think I will take off now. So, as always, thanks for all the help all day long. The room will open. This room will open at 6:45 tomorrow, a.m. Eastern time, of course. And I do have to shut down YouTubers. So, before I do that, though, I will put the link to get into the main room if you still want to have some interaction with other traders until 3:45. 3:45. So another say hour and 40 minutes. So this is for YouTubers if you want to come into the other room. So click on my homepage link. I just put the link in and scroll down and trading room. Okay. It's free. Same thing as YouTube. Same thing in that, you see my screen and you hear me, but there's no delay. Okay, don't see any questions, so I will take off. So we'll see you guys tomorrow. So I'll put my announcement up. I'm going to leave the layout up and running. Hi, Monica, and anybody else who Ahmed.